Sorry, the misconfusion on the time. I apologize. I did try to call you a couple times, so don't call me back.
Well, my phone's almost dead because everybody else has been trying to call me today too. And so it's charging right now in my office. So that's why you probably were not able to get a hold of me. All right, we're going to start with the yellow sheets. Department of Wildlife, Parks and Tourism, House. Attorney General, basically we're going to take the Senate position. Insurance Department, this is kind of grouped with the Department Administration. So under the Insurance Department, number 1 would be the House position, but then the Department of Administration, number 1, we would take the Senate position.
So one with the other or neither, right?
Right,
okay.
Yes. Under Legislature, item number 3, House. On the Attorney General, you had a House modified of 83,000 and no FTEs, and we accept that. Judicial branch items number 1, 2, 3, and 4 is going to stay House. Department of Commerce, we will go ahead and take the Senate position, having that funding coming from EDIF. We just had some concerns in regards to the audit from a couple years ago, whether or not that actually is within the definition of economic development from 1992, I believe was when that was created. And then we also need to make an adjustment because yesterday Dylan Deere had told us that we were 200,000 negative with EDIF. With this would be about 300,000. So we make adjustments with the transfer to the state general fund to balance that out. But we're taking the Senate position. We have a Senate modified on the Department of Health and Environment, very similar to your position with the Attorney General. We'd add the 100,000, but find the FTE with.
Okay.
Oh, Department of Labor. I'm sorry.
Yeah, Labor. Did you accept the House modified on the number 1?
Yes, we did.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. Well, we haven't accepted that yet.
Senator Hawk would like to make a comment.
Yes.
Just a comment that I didn't think about when we did this earlier. If there's a chance to use federal CARES or ARPA dollars, is there a way for us to do that as opposed to absolutely spending SGF?
On the Department of Labor?
Yes.
Yeah, that actually, I'm glad to
in?
point it out that I skipped over that item because that was actually going to be our House modified offer. We would accept the 250,000 for the audit. We'd like to have it stipulated that it's up to 250,000. And then with the preference that they use federal funds for the audit.
Just one second.
Further question. But what about potentially federal funds, even on the 9.6 million?
That could be used as well.
Okay, good. Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Yeah, let me visit with committee here real quick.
Okay. I thought you said something.
Sorry, I had my mic off. Yeah, okay.
Okay. Now we'll go back to Department of Health and Environment Health. Very similar to the first item on this page. We'll take the Senate position of adding the funding, but in the hopes that they find the FTE within the existing. On page 3, for
So you're taking the Senate position, which is add the funding and the FTE position?
not the FTE, just
No
the
FTE.
funding.
Okay, so it's a
Senate
Senate modified. Okay.
Yes.
Yep.
For KDADs, on a 1, 2, and 3 is House. Number 4 is going to be a Senate modified position because we'll take the $3 million, all SGF, for operational costs associated with the number. However, we would like to add our language that says add language to lapse SGF funds associated with the 988 hotline implementation if federal funds are available for this purpose in fiscal year 2022.
Okay, so we'd add your language, okay.
Yes. For K&I House, Parsons House, this Board of Regents, will discuss that later. That's going to be part of our, one of our items in regards to the maintenance of effort. Number 2 under Board of Regents, Senate. University of Kansas Medical Center, House. Department of Corrections, House. KBI, item number 2, Senate. Sentencing Commission, House. Office Administrative Hearings, House. State Employee Pay, House. And both items on page 5 for the Judicial Branch, House and House. So, let's talk about the items for higher education first. Then we'll talk about the proviso or the addition of docking. So we took, as I mentioned when we met just about an hour ago, we've been discussing this with all the partners.
I left mine upstairs. I left mine upstairs. I was halfway up there and the call.
Okay, so we've been discussing this with Board of Regents, also with our leadership on the House side, and also with the Research Department, and also the chairperson for the Higher Education Budget Committee on how we wanted to address this maintenance of effort for the past few days. So this is kind of what our offer is. I had mentioned on page 3, under the Board of Regents, there was the $10 million all SGF to the Board of Regents new need-based aid scholarship and recruitment fund. That would replace item number 3 on the Board of Regents. So it'd be $10 million for the new need-based aid scholarship and recruitment fund. All that language would transfer over into number 3. And the reason why is because we have had conversations in regards to the utility bills that some universities have received due to the cold weather snap in February. And they're still in negotiations on trying to get those reduced. And they haven't had a finite number yet. And even when we talked to the Board of Regents, they had implied that they're still in negotiations. So, I mean, it's a nice idea, but we don't know exactly what that dollar figure is going to be for all the institutions. We will address that later, though, but that would be replaced with the $10 million need-based scholarship. Then we would, under the technical colleges, due to the adjustments that are being made to the House position, would actually be $4.3 million instead of $3.5 for the technical colleges. We would take your position of adding the $8 million for the comprehensive grant program, and then we would take the $5 million for the, I'm skipping the 15 because that's going to be a lengthy discussion. We would take the $5 million for what you had as the non-tiered course credit hour grant, and we would change the name of that fund for the community colleges, and it would be the Community College Maintenance of Effort Fund. So in regards to item number 6, this would be dispersed to the Board of Regents, as you have stipulated, with the exception, Washburn would get $665,000. And that can be used for student scholarships, to expand student success and retention programs, minority student engagement programs, utility increases from record high natural gas costs, financial forecasting, modeling, and reporting system development, pursue additional economic development initiatives in conjunction with surrounding community. This is actually from the Board of Regents. The 15 million would be, and that's a separate line item with Washburn. The 15 million would go to the universities, and that can only be used for economic development, or as they have it as economic prosperity initiatives, utility costs, staff contractual buyouts, student financial aid, and then the one thing with the University of Kansas Medical Center is that actually they're having a problem retaining employees. So they would have a separate item that they could use the funds for retention. And after that all shakes out, it should be $53 million, which was the Senate's position that you gave to us last time we were here. Yeah. And then we would also request to the governor of submitting an application for a waiver in 2022, and we would hope in 2023, but it might just be the case where we can only do in 2022 at this point. We would also like to have the appropriate parties for the community colleges, Washburn, the universities, technical colleges. We would also request that we have an update in the Legislative Budget Committee on how these funds were, one, dispersed and how they were being utilized.
Senator Clays.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On number 4, just to clarify, are you intending to add 4.3 million to a new line item for capital outlay for the 7 technical colleges only? And that amount then would be for each technical college, $614,285.71, and that no match be required?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Are there any other questions?
That's, I'm just looking here real quick. Senator Hawk, do you have any questions?
Yes, on your number 1, where you're substituting needs-based scholarships for the utility portion, you're still keeping the $8 million in comprehensive grants?
Yes.
So
But we are keeping it in 2022. We're not, the House position is not to have it in 2023,
Okay.
which is what the Senate had.
So 8 million just in 22 and nothing in 23.
Right, yes.
And so that's really a total of 18 million in needs-based scholarship.
Theoretically, yeah.
Now, is all of the 10 going to just universities?
It would be dispersed to the Board of Regents. And then it would be following the same language where they would go to the state universities and Washburn. Is the same exact language on page 3.
But it's not a comprehensive grant. It's
No.
specified for regions. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Clays, you have any questions? Well, I think we've got our questions answered, so.
Okay, then we'll move on to docking. Oh,
Sorry.
You have another question?
Senator Hall.
Sorry, I didn't think to ask this. On the item 6, which is the 15 million, I don't know, you've actually got another, you're putting another number in there because you're making Washburn a separate number. So what is our number 6?
It should be 15 million.
Yeah.
The 1.4 that is left over from the 10 million going into item number 3 is being split out between Washburn and then the increase in the technical colleges.
Gotcha. Just a question on your categories. You're not specifying the amount in the categories?
No, we are not.
You're just saying that the regents would then divide that money up among the universities, and it would have to go, it could go for any of these categories.
Correct.
So potentially, there could be even more money going to financial aid than the 18 million we have in here on those other
There
items.
could be, yes, depending on how the Board of Regents wants to disperse the funds to the universities and how the universities want to use it. Our biggest concern is that we have this, as we talked last time when we met, this is one-time money. And we don't want this to come back in a budget request in September of being an increase. We want this to be utilized for one-time spend. And so that's why we specified those categories that can be utilized.
And would each university have the option to decide how much to put in each of those categories or
Yes.
not? Potentially none in any of those categories?
Correct.
So
If they chose not to, participate in one of those criterias, that's their prerogative.
and how would the regents divide up the money that would go to each university?
That was in basically their proposal that they submitted to us. They didn't really have, there's a formula that they can use, or the board can disperse the funds as they choose to.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
No, I think we've got the answers, so.
Okay. So now let's move on to docking. And I know this is going to be a very, I guess, relaxed proposal, in some words, but in regards to what we would like to see happen with docking, and we've actually had meetings, we've had meetings with Department of Administration for, numerous years. Nothing's really moved forward. We also had meetings with the partners in Topeka. And so one proposal that we have, and this is going to be our offer, is that we actually utilize a state building that we currently already have constructed as the new KDHE lab, and that would be the Kansas History Museum out on the west part of the city of Topeka. That building is made of concrete, and we would move the museum portion, not the archives, just the museum portion, into the first 3 floors of docking and have that renovated as a museum. That way it could, in some hopes, maybe spur some economic development here in the central part of the city. And I think it would be good for tours if they're coming to the Capitol. They would have the museum right across the street. So it'd be the first 3 floors would be the museum, with the KDHE lab going to the portion of the existing facility for the museum, and then they would renovate that as the new KDHE lab on the west side of town. Our other intent is to raise the building to the 3 floors. 4? We want 4 floors, never mind, 4 floors. And raise it to only 4 floors. No office space? Yeah. With no office space, and then also having basically a business event center in docking with an auditorium, meeting rooms that can be utilized not only for state government, but it can be utilized for any entity in the city of Topeka or Shawnee County or the state of Kansas for that matter.
So on the fourth floor, it would be like, what are you calling that?
Kind of like a business event.
Events and?
Yeah. I mean, obviously, we don't want to get, I mean, I'm not going to have architectural renderings and everything to provide for you. But that's the intent, is we would like to have that as well.
I guess a question that I would have right off, we've discussed this many times in building construction, and I think that to raise those 4 floors is, I don't know, it was about 25 million. I'll let Senator Clays.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. If you do want renderings, they actually do exist. It turns out we have in joint state building construction gone down this road, and it is quite expensive to take it down 2-3 stories. We end up spending a lot of money that could be put into other things. But yes, it's a pretty expensive venture to take down stories while maintaining that base level. We also went through the ideas of having the event center on a 4th floor. We explored the idea of 6 stories. We've explored the ideas of complete renovation. We've explored the ideas of ks.gov lab being shoehorned in there. We've explored the idea of condominiums. We've explored the idea of a Starbucks. We've explored every idea under the sun. And I'm going to say something that I think is just totally a radical idea that no one's ever thought of, and that's maybe just having docking be an office building. And I appreciate the offer that's been made here, but the amount of time, and I'm just years of going through vetting every idea under the sun, most of them terrible. We've kind of landed back at the same spot that docking was built as an office building, and that maybe it should just stay that way. As far as the other ones, I think we've all received some notifications of how the Kansas History Museum was designed around some of the exhibits, that they're putting $6 million in private funds into that building as we speak. And then also, and again, don't dislike the idea. I think having a Kansas History Museum right here by the Capitol makes a lot of sense, but it probably was a better idea to have been hatched 20-something years ago when the museum was built, rather than now when we're attempting to take advantage of extremely low bond rates. And then also the fact that we have a budget that can sustain that type of renovation. We also have the issue of ks.gov being a more urgent situation, I believe, than docking is. Docking's been mothballed for a long time. It's definitely a terrible eyesore. But it's something we've lived with. ks.gov, however, I don't think the labs should wait 5 years. We're going to have a complete rebuild of docking to move that museum out, which would take a couple of years, and then we would have to go in and renovate the museum for the laboratories. So this could be a project that kicks the can down the road up to 4 years, when we could just go straight into a ks.gov lab and start construction this summer. So those would be some of my thoughts on it, having served on joint state building construction since what is conceivably the beginning of time and dealing with this issue. This is kind of where we've landed, and I appreciate that everyone has an idea on this. It seems like everyone has an idea on this, and at the 11th hour, some new great idea gets thrown into the mix to divert from the idea that this is just simply an office building, guys, and maybe it should just be an office building. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Hawk?
I share the same sentiments, having sat on the state building, or the joint building committee. And I think it was an interesting idea in terms of the museum being moved. But when I found out like what space we're actually dealing with out there versus some of the requirements, like some of the exhibits need 30-foot ceilings, the train that's out there that I joked in Ways and Means this morning that that might cost us less to build a railroad track from the museum down to docking to get that train down here, but don't know that we necessarily need to move the train. But that's one of the key pieces of that exhibit. And a special slab was made to build that on there. I also think, as we've looked at various alternatives, what we're proposing has been vetted in terms of looking at some of the sites where we could have a separate lab. And I do think there are a lot of agencies that would be better served if we finish docking out as a full 12 floors to use as office space. And I think in the long run, that's probably the more cost-effective way for us to do that. And the fact that Senator Clay's mentioned, we could get moving on this because what we've already vetted, both with architects and engineers and the building committee, are already plans that we have looked at. And so I think those become doable in the time frame. And I really don't want to lose, with what you're proposing, we potentially lose the option of using federal dollars that could be available, particularly to get the KDHE lab built. So I think there are better reasons that are more timely to get this moving in our proposal. But I do share that there are a lot of creative ideas out there, and I suspect there are even more if we would want to entertain them. But I think it's time for us to make a decision, and hopefully a good decision that we can live with for the next 30, 40, 50 years.
All right, well,
Did you hit the last item on the white sheet?
yes, we said we were not be expending the $8 million for the comprehensive grants in 2023,
Okay.
just 2022.
The sheet had a misprint of 22, so.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think Amy mentioned that when it was passed out.
I got a new sheet. The other one I left upstairs because when I finally did get a hold of somebody on the phone, I was halfway up, halfway down. So. Okay, well, what time do you think we want to try to get back together?
How long do you think it would take for you to come back with an offer?
I would say probably maybe 30 minutes,
So we just come back at 6:45?
6:45. Does that work for everyone?
Yeah.
Does that work for staff? Okay, let's just plan on 6:45.
All right.
Thank you.
All right, I just got notice from the Senate. It's going to be another 15 minutes before they're ready to come down here, so.
Okay. We'll call the meeting back to order.
All right.
Sorry we're a little late. It does take longer than you think every time.
I see the remnants of a package.
We like packages. So would you hand them the packages, please, Amy? We'll start out with packages, and then we'll go back to the sheet. Amy, if you'd like to go through the package, please.
Certainly, Mr. Chairman. So package A, you see on page 1. So first item is on page 2 for the judicial branch. Item 1 for the 5% salary increase for judges and justices. Concur with the Senate and do not add the funding. Page 2, item 2 for the judicial branch, adding funding for non-judge employees. Concur with the House and add the funding. Page 2 for the judicial branch, item 3, add language limiting non-judge employee salary increases to 12%. Concur with the House and add the language. Page 2, judicial branch, item 4, regarding addition of funding for court services officer personnel. Concur with the House and add the funding and the FTE positions. Page 3 for the Kansas Neurological Institute, item 1, add funding for starting salaries for the MHDDT positions. Concur with the Senate and do not add the funding. Page 3, Parsons State Hospital, item 1, add funding for the MHDDT DDT positions. Concur with the Senate and do not add the funding. Page 4 for the Sentencing Commission, item 1, add funding for a salary adjustment. Concur with the Senate and do not add the funding. Page 4 for the Office of Administrative Hearings, item 1, funding for salary increases for administrative law judges and the director. Concur with the House and do not add the funding. Page 4 for the state employee pay, item 1, for a 2.5% salary adjustment. Concur with the Senate and do not add the funding. Page 5 for the judicial branch, item 1, for the 5% salary increase for 2023. Concur with the Senate and do not add the funding. On page 2 of the package, last item on page 5 for the judicial branch, item 1, the pay increase for 2024. Concur with the Senate and do not add the funding. Would you like me to go on to package B?
Please.
Package B, if you go back to page 3 for the Kansas Department for Aging and Disability Services, item 1, for adding money and language for the protected income level for the HCBS waivers from 150% to 300%. Concur with the House and add the funding and the language. In addition, add language to increase the protected income level for PACE. On page 3 for Kansas Department for Aging and Disability Services, item 2, this is add funding for the Specialized Medical Care T1000 series code. The package position is House modified to add $406,000 all from the State General Fund, and there should be an all funds amount there too. Apologies, to increase the hourly rate to $40 per hour. Page 3 for Kansas Department for Aging and Disability Services, item 3, funding for the Certified Community Behavioral Health Clinics. Concur with the Senate and add $1.6 million, including $627,000 from the State General Fund. Page 3 for Kansas Department for Aging and Disability Services, item 4, funding for the 988 crisis hotline. Concur with the Senate modified position and add $3 million, all from the State General Fund, and language to lapse the funding if it's not expended. Also on page 3 for the University of Kansas Medical Center, item 1, for the Midwest Stem Cell Therapy Center clinical trials for COVID-19 patients. Concur with the Senate and add the funding and the language. In addition, two new items at the bottom of the page for the Department for Children and Families for both fiscal years 22 and 23, add $300,000 from the State General Fund for the Hope Ranch program.
Okay, we'll go to the yellow sheet. Go ahead, Amy. Or do you just want me to give the positions? I just go through and give them. Okay, first item, wildlife and parks. We're going to stay with the Senate position at this time. And insurance department, item number 1, we're going to go with the House. Department administration, you guys, you'd accepted that one, correct? Okay. Down at the bottom, we're going to stick with the House language on that one. So it'd be, or excuse me, the Senate position on that. Okay, skipping down to the center of the page, judicial branch is all in the package. Department of Commerce, you accepted the Senate position, and with the adjustment on the transfer, we accept that. Department of Labor, you'd like to accept the 250 House modified up to the 250 and use federal funds if possible. We'll accept that. At the bottom, Department of Health, Environment and Health, the Senate modified with no FTE. We'll accept that one also. Okay, page 3, I believe the top 3 items are in the package. And basically, we did add 2 items there. The PACE, which was in the veto, and the Hope Ranch, which was in the veto. So we just went ahead and added them in here. It's part of the package. Let's see. Item number 4, you offered the lower amount with your language, and we accept that. The next to K&I and Parsons is in the package. Board of Regents. We put that in the package. Okay, we had accepted the House position on that.
Well, it's part of the whole deal on the next page, isn't it?
Yeah, he was part of the 53 million.
Right.
Right.
Right. Let's see. Item number 2, that was dealt with in the salaries. And then the last item, the stem cell, we stay with the Senate. Oh, it's in the package too, okay. Some of this in the package we didn't get scratched off, so. Okay. So we're gonna- On the top one, okay. First item, we have Department of Corrections at the top of the sheet. We have the Senate position, and Senator Clays has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just wanted some clarification. It has some discussion of south, central, northeast, and western Kansas, if you had some specific locations in mind, or if there are some exclusionary ones. South Central Kansas and Western Kansas, and then Northeast Kansas often leaves out a big chunk of the state called North Central Kansas, and I wanted to see if that was the intent there.
I don't think that was the intent. I can't recall as to why those different regions were mentioned. I don't know if staff,
I would just share that, Larned has had some difficulties with staffing and retention, and that leaving out North Central Kansas is an option, especially when you find where most of the kids' families reside. It might not be the wisest choice to put it in an area where we have difficulty for both families to reach their children and then staff to staff those facilities. So I would just like some clarification on what the intent is for the locations of those, and that they are taking into account the population and where the families are from, so that they can see their kids. Having in Topeka, no doubt, is problematic for a lot of folks. So I definitely understand the desire to move them and would like to agree with this, but just want to make sure that it's being done in the most positive way possible. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
the information that I just received from staff was when this came from the Transportation and Public Safety Budget Committee. Pretty much it was just, I want to say, a recommendation of those areas that they would serve out of that facility in Larned. But it's not saying that that's where they'll be coming from and then move to Larned. It's just the different areas like Wichita, Johnson County. Those are the areas that they were considering. It's not a finite area that they're going to be specifically getting juveniles from.
Do you have like proviso language that we could look at that
And we could probably draft something
discusses
too.
how this would operate?
Yeah.
That might make us all more comfortable with the process there.
Yeah, we can do that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, on page 4, moving on down the sheet, the sentencing committee, that's part of the package, office administration package, employee pay package. And the last 2 items on the back are also in the package.
And then,
And then we'll go to the white sheet.
okay, that's what I was just going to ask about.
And we accepted your offer on the K board.
And there's just one thing that we need to add to that, if it's if it's agreeable with the Senate. In the part that we had mentioned in regards to the University of Kansas Medical Center about the money being used to retain employees, we omitted recruit and retain. So we just need to make sure that that language is in there as well, if that's okay with everyone.
We're good with it.
All right, thank you.
So that just leaves the one item at the bottom and Board of Regents, and we accepted that one too. So your whole package, we
Okay,
accepted.
thank you. And I'm assuming you're holding firm on your position on docking.
You know, if we can't agree on docking, we may just leave the proviso out. I know we both have pretty strong positions there, and we just wanted to get something, the ball rolling. And I'm not sure that,
Well, I would agree, and I respect the, the comments that were made by both the ranking and the vice chairman in regards to the position of the Senate for docking. I even expressed, we need to do something with the building. I just think where the House is at and where the Senate's at in regards to the position that we have in regards to the renovation of that particular facility is vastly different. And I don't know if we'll be able to come to an agreeable compromise in regards to that. I would like something to happen while we're in the interim. Exactly what that would be, I don't know. I mean, I don't know if it's,
well, we could have a building and construction meeting, and we could also have, probes and Senate Ways and Means, interim also, if we can figure out kind of where we're at and go over the plans, because like you said, it is drastically different.
right.
But I do think that we do at least agree that that we do need to do a lab also, and
Yes.
and it will not go in docking. It'll be either at the library or the museum, excuse me, or a new facility somewhere else.
It'd be standalone.
Standalone, correct. Senator Clays.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I agree that it's very difficult to come to a conclusion to this. I mean, both sides have the opportunity to appoint people to joint state building construction, and we all came to this conclusion over the course of many years. We've vetted this, as I've noted in the previous committee meeting. I would hate to lose out on the low bond rates that we're seeing right now and the capability to go in and renovate that building. But I do believe that the priority has to be the KD H&E lab, particularly because of the federal funds that are available potentially to construct a large portion of that and supply it with the materials it needs to operate as a lab. So I understand that it may be that we just have to give up on docking, but I do hope that we do not give up on the idea of building the KDH&E lab in a timely manner to take advantage of those federal funds that are coming in. And perhaps we can come back with some compromises there. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
One other thing that I'd like to touch on is this package with the salaries. And just kind of let you know where the Senate is coming from. With the pandemic and business being forced to close, and some of these will never open. The Senate Ways and Means Committee, we had a lengthy debate on trying to figure out whether or not we could do salaries, and we did try to address a really dire need with judicial and their problem of trying to hire folks. And so we did target that, and it's unfortunate that we did have a pandemic, and many of the state employees were working at home, and it was difficult for everyone, including them. And we do think that at some point in time, we do need to continue to look at these and address them. But I think the committee, we had a lively discussion for quite a while, and both sides had great points. But, the perception when you own a business that's been closed down that we would be given across-the-board raises is pretty hard to swallow for the taxpayer. So, Senator Clays.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think you've summed up some of the things that I've been hearing from senators as well, and that is that it's very difficult to see our constituents who were business owners who have had their businesses go out of business or who had to close or run at 25% capacity and yet still pay the full weight of their property taxes and all the other taxes that they pay. And then we collect those taxes, and then that we would go out and give our state employees a raise while they're not even able to keep their employees and had to send them to the hell that is the Department of Labor to beg for money, to beg us. I mean, goodness, you must receive hundreds of emails just like we do over on the Senate side, and that we've subjected people to that is just an embarrassment. And by we, I mean government. It seems like it would just be terrible optics to have us collect those taxes from the people who have been through some of the worst conditions they've been through in their lives, where they're losing their livelihood, that we would take their money and then give raises to people. That just seems like it's a slap in the face to those businesses that had to close and those business owners who are scraping to survive through this. So that's been the input we've received largely on the Senate side, and why it's been so difficult to move on some of those raises. Now, at the same time, we've also received some input that if we're going to do some targeted raises that solve problems, that we have recruitment and retention issues that are, very difficult to get through and to get people to fill positions, that there are some people who are okay with that type of spending, but that the across-the-board raises were just a bit too much to swallow. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Hawk.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This may start to sound a little bit like the debate we had on higher ed funding and Ways and Means today. I am a bit of a minority report on state employee salaries. I do want to support my team in trying to get an agreement with the House and get a budget launched so that we can continue to operate state government efficiently and officially. I do think our debate in the Senate kind of points out that we've never really been back on target with the market study, the Hay study that we did, trying to get state employees' salaries to become, as was said by my colleagues, where we could retain and recruit employees. And I think that it would have been good for us to have funded salaries so that we would let our state employees know that we did appreciate them. Many of them kept essential services going for us right here in this building. I remember us talking about a few years ago, KDOT didn't have any employees that were not new running the snowplows. And it's important for us to be able to recruit and retain those employees and appreciate them and move them. And so I think a salary raise would have been appropriate. I look at our businesses, and this was said by a minority group in Ways and Means, but we have provided a lot of things for our businesses. The federal government has provided a lot of things, the PPP loans, some SBA loans, our Spark funds. I think we've really focused on trying to keep our businesses going. It's sad to me that not all of them have made it. We also have given tax breaks. So I think we could have justified it, but that is not the will of the majority on our Senate Ways and Means Committee. I personally would have liked to have seen us show some small, modest appreciation with the salary thing, but I think we're getting close to getting a package, and we're coming to the end of our time. And I'd like to hope that the economy would recover, our businesses would recover, we would keep the good news that we've been getting in terms of our monthly revenues, and that I think we ought to seriously next year think about having another market study and see what we could really do systematically to get all state employee salaries up where we can compete in the marketplace and not lose good people. And I want to thank especially the people that work for us here in the Capitol for the legislature. I think they've been extremely reliable and extremely competent, and I want them to know I very much appreciate their service to us. Thank you.
I think Representative Wolfmore has a question.
I have a question and then a comment. My question is on the Hope Ranch. So I believe you have it on this package as 22 and 23. We only had it funded for 22, because this is a pilot, brand new. We kind of want to see if there's other of these human trafficking organizations across the state. And so one just kind of got picked out. And so we saw this as a pilot for 1 year to see what they do with that money before we would fund it again in 2023. So I didn't know if that was an error or something you're adding on.
I think that was what we had intended from the beginning, but it's been going on maybe 4 or 5 years. I mean, it's not brand new from what I understand, and I didn't bring my notes on the Hope Ranch, but I think it's been for a few years from what I understand.
Well, and I just want to ask a question about that. That was actually in House Bill 20007 as an item that was vetoed by the governor. And now we're putting it into Senate Bill 159, which I can't say what's going to happen, but I'm going to speculate it'll have the same fate if it's in a bill. My question is, why hasn't there been a veto override like the House did?
Well, I'm not sure. I think there's been some conversations with the governor's office, and I think that hopefully we've maybe figured out a few options here.
Representative Wolfmore.
Well, I was just going to tell you, I think Hope Ranch has been around, but this was the first year that we were going to put money into it. So we were going to see sort of their, what they accomplish and how they perform with that money before we were willing to add another year in. So
That you're exactly correct on your first time money, and there is reporting for them to report back and how many
Absolutely.
they've helped and so forth. But that's our offer, and if you want to adjust that a little bit, I guess that's.
okay. And I just wanted to speak up on behalf of the employees too. I think it was from 2008 to 2018 that the state employees did not have a raise. So how do you catch up from like a 10-year span? Additionally, when you factor in that capers have gone up, healthcare has gone up, a lot of those employees are just completely behind. And I would agree we should do a market study, but there's no point doing a market study unless we're actually going to fund it. So I understand your points about the difficult year it's going to be, but I also happen to believe that your employees are your most valuable assets and you have to invest in them or you're going to continually turn them over, and in the long run, it costs you a lot more money. So anyway, thank you very much.
Well, we're trying to get started, and like I said, I think we tried to pick the most urgent need, which we've heard from the judiciary is, you know, they're clerical and those folks, and so we figured we got to start somewhere. We took the higher dollar and the most needed.
And I appreciate you doing that. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
I think we'll reconvene at 8:10.
You guys are quicker than us.
It might take a little bit of time, but we'll just plan on 8:10.
Okay, thank you. We'll meet at 8:10.
All right. Sorry about that. I will say just up front, we did not accept your package. Could be quiet in the gallery. We did not accept your package. However, we use that as a base to make our decisions and to the offer that we're going to be giving to you right now. So we're back on the yellow sheets. So for the Department of Wildlife, Parks, and Tourism, that's still House position. The next item would be the Legislature, item number 3, House. Okay, so on page 2 with the judicial branch, I mean, this has been, Mr. Chairman, and also Mr. Vice Chairman, you know this from being in the House, that this has been a House position for many, many years in regards to judicial branch. We acknowledge the fact that they are having a very dire pay issue in the judiciary, and that goes for the non-judge staff as well as the judges. I mean, I think everybody is aware that where the rankings have been circulating for years of where we are at. And we felt that we did a fairly well pay plan for the judges and also the non-judge staff. I mean, if we would try to bring everybody to market, which is what the request was from the judiciary, it was about, twice as much as the position that we had. But, this is a position that this is the House position. The judicial branch is fine with it. The Kansas Chamber has now came out in support of the House plan. So we would maintain all items for the judicial branch 1, 2, 3, and 4 as the House. But to offset that, on page number 3 for the Kansas Neurological Institute and Parsons State Hospital, we have a House modified position of halving that money. So 1.1 for KNI, 2.1 for Parsons, or actually it'd be about 1 million for Parsons, with the pay increase or the increase of the starting salaries being implemented on January 1 of 2022. Also, in regards to pay for employees, on page 4, we have the Sentencing Commission, which was part of your package, I believe, and the House position. So we would take the House position, but for the Office of Administrative Hearings, we would take the Senate position. And to kind of round everything out and offset everything, we would take the Senate position in the state employee pay on page 4. So now let's go back to page number 3. And that would also be for the judicial pay in fiscal year 2023 and 2024 as well. House position. All right, now back to page number 3 with KDADs. Item number 1, I believe was part of your, yes, package, House. Item number 2, we have a House modified of $45 per hour. Item number 3, Senate. University of Kansas Medical Center at the bottom of page 3, House. Department of Corrections, we have a House modified. We would negate the language, starting with add language that regions for consideration. But all the other language stays the same. It would be ending The first sentence of fiscal year 2022, and then beginning again with the study should also address future plans. So House modified, address those, address that. And that's it. And then we also do have some provisos. I will let Vice Chairman Hoffman go first.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have two provisos. One of them is a proviso for vaccination passports. And the other one deals with contact tracing for COVID-19. We'll just go ahead and give those to you so you can look at them and yeah, David, do you have them? Oh, okay.
While we're waiting on David, we can also, we also did take your position in the last packet that you had in regards to the Hope Ranch, but only for fiscal year 2022 as well.
Okay, on the Hope Ranch, just the 1 year? Okay.
Yes, yeah, Hope Ranch is 1 year.
Okay. Senator Hawk.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a question on your PIL position. You went with the House position on that. I'm not,
Yes, we did.
so that doesn't include PACE.
It does.
It does include PACE. So you're agreeing with us on adding PACE to that, or you thought your position originally included PACE?
Mr. Chairman? Yeah,
You may.
the proviso does include PACE already. It was all-inclusive, PACE and HCB. It actually was supposed to say that on the yellow sheet.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you,
Okay,
Mr.
so
Chairman.
you've accepted both the PACE and the Hope Ranch. That's both been.
Technically, yes.
Okay.
Do you have all of them? Do you have all of them? Yeah, I just have one. Oh, no, I have Hoskins too.
We'll see, I guess, it'll get down the end here.
So the first one is the proviso for vaccination passports, and it just prohibits the state from requiring passports to do certain things in the state and deny housing. Denies that requiring an individual to use a COVID vaccination passport within the state for any purpose, and it cannot be issued without the individual's consent. So that's the nutshell of the first one. And then the second one is contact tracing, much the same. It just verifies that contact tracing cannot happen without the consent of the individual, and then a few other things put in place there. But it's fairly long, so I'll let you read through it.
And then there are two other provisos that I have. One is going to be kind of conceptual at this point. I need to get with Jill or David on drafting the language. But this was brought up to us in regards to the Department of Labor for fiscal year ending on June 30th, 2022. And this happens to be relevant for Kansans who are affected by not being able to receive their unemployment with the Department of Labor. And maybe that had a negative impact on their credit bureau or credit score. And so what this allows them to do is to contact the Department of Labor for a statement that they will be able to provide to either the credit bureaus or to their financial institutions that report to the credit bureaus, basically stating that that was most likely an indication as to the reason why they have a negative mark on their credit report. We do have a bill that was introduced Tuesday or Wednesday in regards to this, but this is just language for fiscal year 2022 for that time. The next proviso that I have would be for fiscal year 21, 22, and 23. If you recall, in regards to House Bill 2007, the governor did veto a provision that was added in regards to public broadcasting and the stations across the state of Kansas. She said the language was too broad, and she encouraged the legislature to work with the interested parties in coming up with more confined language. And so that's what we have done. And it basically says that if there is any public broadcasting station that moves to a different city, then they would not receive the funds. There was an issue with Pittsburgh and Wichita. They've been looking at facilities, and so we crafted the language for them. We also pretty much have clearance that this language is okay and hopefully will not be vetoed. But we do have clarification that is the intent of what she wanted when she vetoed the language.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Senator Hawk.
A question on the contact tracing proviso. Does that apply specifically to COVID-19, or is it for any communicable disease?
Yeah, it's just COVID-19.
I'm just quickly looking at it, trying to see.
The contract tracing, oops, I'm looking at the wrong one, sorry. It's a part of the definition.
So it's, okay, it's the very end.
Yeah.
I didn't see it in the front, and I certainly think if it went beyond COVID-19, that would not be wise. I'm not sure it's wise with COVID-19, but certainly would not want to open up that Pandora's box. Thank you.
Senator Clays.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Do we have language on the one regarding the Department of Labor and credit reports?
We did have language. However, I've been working with, this afternoon and this evening, I've been working with those had some concerns with the initial language that was supplied to me. And then in having conversations with them, that was kind of the consensus that was, the one I kind of explained was the consensus that all kind of agreed upon, that would be the pathway for somebody to try to contact the credit bureau or go through their financial institution to have the mark removed. We're going to try to get language drafted for you, just because there are some changes that need to be made in the language that was supplied to me.
Yeah, let me add a concern, and that's that when you contact the Department of Labor, not much happens.
Well, that was expressed too in the conversations that we had, but there's nothing we can put in there that they have to answer the phone within 5 rings or.
Automated online printable document, I don't know. But yeah, if you have language on that at some point, that might be helpful as well.
Okay.
Thank you.
We'll get that.
Senator Hawk.
Just a question on that, which generally I think in concept sounds like a good idea, but I wonder if you've contacted Department of Labor to see if it's doable in terms of the computer system before we get the modernization done.
Well, and that's the thing, the individual that brought this to my attention is meeting with the Department of Labor tomorrow. Initially, in the language that's in here that was supplied by, when it was Representative Poskin that brought it to my attention, it says that the individual would contact the Department of Labor. The Department of Labor would then generate the statement, and then the Department of Labor would forward that on to the 3 respective credit bureaus. I think there's some privacy issues perhaps with that. That's why we've now taken it, when I've had the conversations with the Banking Commission and other individuals, of having that statement go to the individual, and then it's the responsibility of the individual then to challenge the negative marks on their credit, either with the credit bureaus or with their financial institution, because the financial institution can make the necessary changes, which will necessarily report then to the credit bureaus and then reflect on their credit history.
Okay, good. I appreciate that extra information. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions? Well, we'll take your offer under consideration, and I'd say maybe come back at 9:05. I don't, 20 minutes, 30 minutes, something. We'll come back 9:05. That's 25 minutes. Senate time.
PBS one.
Pardon me?
9:05?
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, guys.
Do you have copies of that one proviso for the Senate?
Are they passing around, please? I think so. Let me. Yeah, I think. Well, this is our next package, and I think you're just really going to like this one. Amy, would you mind?
Certainly, Mr. Chairman. So you should have Senate offer 2, so round 7. So starting with package C on page 1 for the Department of Wildlife, Parks, and Tourism, item 1. The Senate offer is House modified position to add $8,001, as well as the contents of SB 145 regarding the Kingman land transfer, as well as language requiring release from future claims. Also on page 1 for the Legislature, item 3, the Senate offer is to have the House modified position with the LCC appointed committee. On page 2 for the Judicial Branch, item 1.
Amy, excuse me.
On page 2 for the judicial branch, for the judges and justices' salary increase, concur with the House and add the funding. For page 2, judicial branch, item 2, for salary increases for non-judge employees, concur with the House and add the funding. On page 2 for the judicial branch, item 3, language limiting non-judicial salary increases to a maximum of 12%, concur with the House and add the language. On page 2 for the judicial branch, item 4, regarding the addition of 70 FTE positions for additional court service officer personnel. Concur with the House and add the funding and the FTE positions. On page 3 for KDADS, regarding the TA waiver reimbursement for the T1000 service code, a House modified position to add $1.5 million, including $406,000 from the State General Fund to increase the hourly rate to $40 per hour. On page 3 for K&I, item 1, concur with the Senate and do not add the funding to increase starting salaries. On page 3 for Parsons State Hospital, for starting salaries, concur with the Senate and do not add the funding. On page 3 for the University of Kansas Medical Center, for the language regard the addition of $500,000 in language for the Midwest Stem Cell Therapy Center, concur with the Senate and add the funding and the language. On page 4 for the Department of Corrections, item 1, concur with the House modified position with the stricken sentence in the description. On page 4 for the Sentencing Commission, item 1, for a salary adjustment, concur with the Senate and do not add the funding. On page 4 for the Office of Administrative Hearings, item 1 for salary increases for Administrative Hearing Office Fund, concur with the House and do not add the funding. On page 5 for the Judicial Branch, item 1 for a 5% salary increase for fiscal year 2023, concur with the Senate and do not add the funding. On page 5 for the Judicial Branch, item 1 for fiscal year 2024 for salary increases for judges and justices, concur with the Senate and do not add the funding. At the bottom of that page, you see for Department of Health and Environment, the contact tracing for COVID-19 language, concur with the House and add the language. Additionally, under other statewide adjustments, add the language to prohibit vaccine passports. Concur with the House and add the language. A new item at the bottom of page 2 on the offer for the state library to add $30,000 all from the state general fund to permit the state library to move or remodel for fiscal year 2022. So concur with this Senate offer and add the funding. That's all of package C. Package D starts on page 3. First item is from page 6 for the Department of Health and Environment. This is a Senate modified position for the KDHE Environment Lab, a Senate modified position to authorize bonding authority for up to $65 million. Language to locate the lab on the KNI campus and add language to utilize federal funds if available. Item 2 for the Department of Commerce. This is language regarding the public broadcasting locations of moving from the city that they originated in for 21, 22, and 23. Concur with the House and add the language. And then for the Department of Labor, add language for credit rating reports for fiscal year 22. I believe this is the labor that you just received, and I apologize, this says both 21 and 22. I believe the language is just for 22, so concur with the House and add the language.
I might tell you that our offer on the contact tracing, we're good. On the vaccine passport, we've got a couple of little tweaks, but it's going to take a few minutes to get them produced, but it's no major changes to what you guys have. It's just a couple of tweaks that were different on the version that we had in the Senate. So we want to see if we can combine the two and come up with language that's satisfactory to both of us. And we're getting it produced, but it may be just a little bit. One other item that I'd like to give you just a little additional information on. On page 2, the top item, number 3 on top, University of Kansas Medical Center, the stem cell therapy. We did receive some additional information from KU that they're not sure that they would even be able to do it at this time, but we wanted to make sure that we had the funding in case they decided to, and if they don't, it just laps back into SGF.
I do have a question on, since we're on page 2, the very last item on that page, State Library. Where did that?
I'd missed it earlier, and I apologize, but it's a proviso that we had that I didn't get to you earlier.
Okay. Do you have a question? Representative Wolfmore.
I just have a question on page 1, judicial branch, add 1 point, oh, wait a minute. Over the 5% increase, salary increase for the judges, I'm not clear on your wording, so are you adding it for 22, 23, and 24?
No, we're just doing it 1 year, and then we'll look at it again next year.
Okay.
Yeah. And-
Okay, I just
right.
wanted to double check. That's what I
Yes,
thought.
no,
Thank
no,
you.
we're agreeing to this year, and then we'd look at it again next year.
Okay, thank you.
One that wasn't in the package. Just on page 3. Yep.
So they're getting new language or additional language.
We had one additional item that wasn't in the package, and Amy will go ahead and read that on the yellow sheet.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is on the yellow page 3 at the top of the page for Kansas Department for Aging and Disability Services, item 1. The Senate position is to accept the House.
Okay. Protected income. On package D, what was the change from your original position of 8-mile radius of the Capitol complex to specifically stating locate the lab at KNI?
Senator Clays.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, in the interests of getting something done while the federal funds are available, the KNI site solves a lot of problems and a lot of issues. It keeps it off of the Capitol Complex campus, thereby leaving that parking lot available should docking ever be dealt with. It also gives us a place that's near Washburn, where the agency has already determined that they have a sort of pathway program to recruit and get some of their employees in there. It's also state land, so that's, available for us to build on. It's a large parcel, so there shouldn't be any issues with that. It's been vetted for many years, so this is one of the 3 original locations that they spoke about. It also keeps it off of Forbes Field. If they build next to the Forbes Field site, they'll never get rid of that hospital property that exists there right now, because it would be just a sliver of land and we'd never pay to demo it, so that eyesore would be there for decades. Anyway, in short, it's a solution that's been through the vetting process. We know that it works. We know that KDHE is comfortable with it. We know that the Department of Administration is. Joint State Building Construction has been over it multiple times. And it does just simply solve the problem of the KDHE lab tonight, rather than dragging this out and potentially losing the federal funds that are available for it. We also edited the number because we had the updated number. We're including all of the architect fees and the costs of putting the equipment in the labs into it, so you're seeing a $65 million number. the original number probably should have been 57 instead of 55 to do the actual construction. So you're seeing the $65 million number there. And then, of course, the item there that states that we should be using federal funds if available.
Okay. I know in conversations that we've had and others in regards to the KDHE lab is that there was land available at KNI that would be used as a possibility of building the lab out there. So I just wanted to clarify that.
And if you pull that up on Google Maps, you'll see the large chunk of land that's up near the corner of 21st Street, kind of across from where the Quick Shop is, and it'd just be kind of in that area. There's plenty of room for parking lots, et cetera. And of course, it's walking distance from Washburn, which was another positive for it. That's not to say that other sites aren't good. That one just has been so fully vetted. And as far as the negatives on it, it did not have as many as any of the other sites did.
Okay. And in regards to Senate Bill 145, what was the purchase price of the land?
We'll have to look the bill up. We can get that, yeah.
Okay.
And actually, that did pass over the Senate floor. And there was also a little land swap in there. Two young farmers were farming that particular parcel, and when the swap was made, they were more interested in the ag part of the ground, and Wildlife and Parks had some CRP grass type ground, which they just did a little swap, so the two young farmers got more farm ground and got the property that they really wanted, and the state got the better land for the Wildlife and Parks. One time, all funds, $1,073,000. There's approximately 490.
I was just going to ask what the acreage is.
About 490, I believe, something pretty close in there. And it's all fee fund, no SGF.
All right, we'll take that and take a look at it. I think we're getting closer. I do feel that it's apparent that we're not going to finish this tonight. So we're going to go back right now and get our offer ready, and come back tomorrow morning at 9:30.
We'd really like to try to meet at least another round or so, because if we don't, there's no way they'll be able to get this produced and ready for the floor tomorrow. And I know that is our goal, to try to finish this up. And if you wouldn't mind, I would like to just go another round or so. I think we're getting really close, and hopefully we could just finish this up.
We'll do one more round, but that's going to be the final round this evening.
Okay.
All right. We will be back at 10:20.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah, we're late, okay. We're on Senate time also, so. Okay, we're just going to be working off of the package document that you supplied with us last time. Instead of having a new one printed out.
Sure.
We just work off of that. We never figured up the acreage on that. How much was it per acre?
I might give you one little piece of information that I failed to give you earlier. And the Kingman property,
Yes?
Jack Timish and Joe Syward helped negotiate that deal. So I didn't know if you guys knew that or not, but
Did not know that.
everybody was happy, because if you remember when it first started, it was, you know, a controversy because of the two young farmers that was farming it. They got more farm ground out of the trade, and Wildlife and Parks got another access to the property. So it was a win-win for everybody.
Okay. That's good to know. But, so we'll accept the language for the land transfer in Senate Bill 145, but keeping the amount of $16,001 for the deer antlers. On legislature for the 340B entities, we will kind of have like a Senate House modified version where this committee will be appointed by the LCC. It'll be a 13-member committee, and the House determines the chairperson. Oh, that's right. And that is contingent on page 2 with the University of Kansas Medical Center at $500,000 for the Midwest Stem Cell Therapy Center to conduct clinical trials to treat COVID-19. Thank you. I forgot about that. We accept your position in regards to fiscal year 2022 for the judge pay, but we're still going to hold on our position for all 3 years, 2022, 2023, and 2024. We take your position in regards for the increase for non-judge employees. We take your position in regards to the ceiling of 12% for the increase in the employee pay. We take your position, which was a House position, of the $4.3 million for the 70 FT positions for court service officers. In regards to KDADs, we would like to kind of meet in the middle. We were at 45, you were at 40. We'd like to go to $43 an hour. We will take your position in regards to both Kansas Neurological Institute and also Parsons State Hospital. We had taken, or basically our position in regards to the modified stricken language, so we accept that. Well, so we'll take your position in regards to the Sentencing Commission, and then you took our position in regards to the Office of Administrative Hearings. That I've already addressed in regards to the judge pay in 2023 and also in 2024. So you accepted the language in regards to contact tracing for 2021 and 2022. In regards to the vaccine passports for 2021 and 2022, we prefer our language. We take your position in regards to the $30,000 for the state library. We would actually prefer to go back to the original language that the Senate had provided in regards to the KDHE lab. But we think we need to stick with the new figure that you provided of $65 million, unless you decide that's not needed. And then all 5 of those provisos that you had agreed to, we accept. And just to clarify in regards to judicial branch item number 2, well, on the first page, I mean, you kind of accepted our position on all those as well. Just wanted to clarify.
Okay, I have one more proviso that we'd like to offer, and
Okay?
it's a change in the Spark Executive Committee to 7 members. Okay? Chairs appointed by the governor, 1 public sector appointee by the governor, 1 private sector individual appointed by the governor, Senate President or his designee, House Speaker or his designee, 1 private sector individual appointed by the President, 1 private sector individual appointed by the Speaker. And the Spark Executive Committee recommendation is a requirement for State Finance Council action. This is a suggestion from the executive branch.
Do you have that in writing, or is it just?
Can we get copies made? Yeah,
So is this is just changing the executive committee? Is there still going to be the Spark Task Force?
I believe it is. This is just the executive committee.
Okay.
So,
And I forgot, actually, we do have some information that Representative Hoffman is going to be providing.
So, yeah, we passed the bill to take out a $500 million bond for Capers. In order for us to capture the savings that we would get from that in our payment, we need to add this language that fixes the payment. It'll save us $40 million in 2022 and going forward. But, so that language would be, for fiscal year commencing calendar year 2021, the employer rate of contribution shall be 13.33%. For the fiscal year commencing year 2022, employer rate for contribution rate be 13.11%.
So is this the lower in the contribution that we have to make because
Yes.
of the bonds?
Right.
Okay.
But if we don't do this, then it would be 3 years before we really ever see this savings, even though probably are going to lend the bond out in June, probably June, July, so.
And if we didn't do this, it would just be more money going into capers and a less funded requirement.
That's right. I mean, we aren't bound to, we don't have to do this. It's just that the bond, the bill to take out the bond that was the reason a lot of people voted for it, was because they knew it was going to lower, our required payments. So if we don't do this, that won't really come into effect for 3 years.
And so this will lower our contribution in that 40 million range, correct?
40 million range,
Yeah.
right.
Right. Okay, we're just going to huddle here really quick, and we'll be right back.
All right.
One other piece of information. On the first item on the wildlife parks, the reason we offered $8,001 is because the plaintiff had already received $8,000 from the courts, and so we thought that would fully refund the $16,001 that was paid for the purchase of the antlers. So that's where we come up with that amount. So I didn't explain that early, and I apologize.
And I figured that was the calculation of coming up with that. However, that was a court settlement with the individual that shot the deer that paid the supposed landowner. And this is the antlers that were seized by the state, and then it went to auction, and then he wrote a check for $16,001 after the fact. So I see the rationale behind it, but technically it's two separate issues.
We understood it was too technical, but we also didn't want to see somebody making money off the deal. That's our thought behind that. So we'll huddle here real quick and get back with you.
All right?
got another great offer for you, so. I explained to you why we were at 8,000 on the deer antlers, and I'd like for you to really consider that one more time. I think we're real close, so the guy'd have his money back with the 8. Irregardless, it was 2 different checks, he's got the cash. The 13-member LLC, we'll agree to that. The $43 on item 3, Kansas Department of Aging and Disability Services, we'll go ahead and accept that. We'll accept your language for the capers. Okay, on the salaries, we'll just meet you in the middle. We'll go 22 and 23. So instead of 3 years, we'll meet you in the middle. We'll go 2 years. Okay?
But everything else in regards to the judicial branch staff?
Oh, yeah, it's still.
Okay.
Yeah, we're
Just the
still
judges,
good. Yeah,
the
right.
2-year plan.
Right. Instead of 3, we'll go 2. We were at 1, you were at 3, we'll meet in the middle. On the Spark Committee, the appointees, I've read you that, so we'd want that as part of this also. And we're still waiting on the particulars on the vaccine, and then Senator. Right. Okay, so we're going to accept the House language on the vaccine. Okay?
Okay.
And then I've got Senator Clay's to explain a little bit more on the docking agreement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate you coming to the same conclusion we did on that, to allow some flexibility, because I do understand that the House had some different options that they wanted to explore over the summer. I did want to loosen a couple of the restrictions in the original proviso. So there is an area in the proviso where it requires preservation of all floors and including only office space, and I would want to remove that to allow for some of that flexibility. And then on the KDHE portion, it states that it must be to construct and equip, and I would just add renovate as an option in there as well on the KDHE portion, just so some of those ideas can be vetted and we're not restricted on accepting some of those ideas.
So that would be our counteroffer.
Okay, so if I could ask Senator Clays again.
Sure.
So in regards to docking in the KDHE lab, what is different than the original proviso?
So the original proviso did have very specifically stated that there could be no deconstruction of the docking state office building in part or in whole. And it also stated that that it could only be used for office space should it be renovated. So we're just removing those portions, so some of the ideas that have come in this late hour could be explored further. Then on the KDHE side, because there's been some discussion of perhaps utilizing existing buildings, we did want to give the option to renovate. Right now, the language that was original was that it could only be to construct, and that kind of indicated that it would be new construction.
Right.
So we just wanted to give those options since there were some folks on the House side who had some ideas that we would want to explore further.
Okay, any questions? Okay, now it's our turn to huddle, and we'll be back with you in just a few minutes. Okay, so we have our, I'm hoping this is the final package or the final offer. The one thing is we do have what was the likeness bill in regards to collegiate sports. It's House Bill 2264, and we would like to have that added as a proviso. They're working on the language right now. They said to give us about 2 to 5 minutes to have that for you guys to consider. In regards to the proviso, for the Spark Executive Committee, we will accept your proviso in regards to that. Now for the other items remaining on the budget. I just conferred with others in regards to that item number 1 with the Department of Wildlife, Parks, and Tourism. The House maintains its position of the $16,001. We will add the land transfer in Senate Bill 145. And then all the other items that you have offered to the House, we will accept.
Okay, well, let us huddle for just a second or two here, and we'll. Questions, Senator Hawk?
Clarification on the Parks and Wildlife. I just want to be clear that you're assuming that if that payment is made, whatever the amount is, that's releasing from future claims.
Yes.
So we don't come back and visit that ever again.
That would be my preference as well.
Thank you.
Okay, well, let us huddle for a couple minutes here. Thanks.
All right.
We are ready for a counteroffer. It's another great offer. We would go ahead and offer the $16,001 if you agree not to mess with House Bill 2264, the likeness bill. That'd be our offer.
All right, let's confer about that. I'll be right back. All right, Mr. Chairman, we accept your counter.
Thank you. So I think is that everything, Amy, as far as,
And Amy, do we need to do anything about a reconciliation bill?
we introduced it?
Mr. Chairman, if you're talking about the reconciler bill that the Senate heard this morning, that's in a separate bill. It's not assigned to this conference committee.
We will be running that tomorrow.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right. Sounds good.
Mr. Chairman, and with your permission, we would ask that you permit staff to correct any technical errors.
Right, yeah. Make any changes you need to.
Okay, well, thank you, and got done early this year.
Yeah.
But
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you all.
Vice Chair and
Enjoyed
Ranking
working with
Member.
you. Yep, thank
Good
all
working
of
with you guys.
You bet. I guess we're done.
We're done.
Thank you.